Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here with us. Thursday, December 11th, 2025, 5:30, Dr. Ricardo Chapa Boardroom of the McAllen Independent School District. At this meeting, there may be discussion and action by the board on the items and subjects listed as follow. Item number 1, call the meeting to order. I've done so at 5:30. Item number 2, moment of silence. Thank you all. Item number 3, if you'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And item number 4, public comments. I believe we have 2 people signed up today for public comments, so I will call your names out. We just have a short video to roll out before we do.
Here are the public comment procedures. Number 1, individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up at McAllenISD.org at least 1 hour prior to the start of the scheduled meeting. Number 2, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 2 minutes per meeting. Number 3, the board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. Thank you.
Información a personas para comentarios públicos. Número 1. Las personas que deseen participar durante la parte de la reunión designada por comentarios públicos deberán registrarse en McAllenISD.org al menos 1 hora antes del inicio de la reunión programada. Número 2. Los comentarios de un individuo a la Junta no excederán de 2 minutos por reunión. Y por último, número 3. La Junta no tolerará la perturbación de la reunión por parte de los miembros del público asistente. Gracias.
All right. First speaker tonight, we have Mr. Frank Chavero. I do not see Mr. Chavero.
He's not here.
And Rafa's not here either.
And no call out point. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Rafael Soto.
He's not here either.
I do not see him here either. All right.
Mr. President, I move to reorganize the agenda, bringing forward items 7B3 and 7B4.
Items 7B3 and 7B4.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. So 7B3 and 7B4 will now be taken up. Which is... All right. 7B3, discussion and possible action of the McAllen Independent School District Policy EFB Local School Library Advisory Council Resolution. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, MISD Policy EFB Local is proposing the establishment of a local school library advisory council. TASB is recommending this resolution be brought to the board for review. Dr. Canales, Chief Human Resources Officer, will have more information, and we're recommending action on this item. Is there anything you want to add, Dr. Canales? I think we've talked about these items before, but anything else you want to add to this?
Yeah, I think just voting for the voting member, not voting member, right now passing the resolution, and then next one will be passing the policy.
Okay. All right. One question for clarification. We have 1 voting member, 1 non-voting member. Is there a possibility, if a trustee does not have 2 names, that we can have 1 vacancy? Okay, just for clarification in case. All right.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Regalado and a second by trustee Haddad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Now, 7B4, discussion possible action of the McAllen Independent School District Policy EFB Local / Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, MISD Policy EFB Local is proposing the establishment of a local school library advisory council. TASB is also recommending this policy be brought to the board for review. Dr. Canales, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will have more information. We're recommending action on this item. And again, we've also had this item in the past, but anything else, any new items or information to talk to the board about?
No, sir, same information.
Move to,
Just a question though, where do we put the names? Because I understood we had to submit those today.
Yeah, so the name is in the items that I sent in. On the back of the Slack form, it has name per trustee. So I think if we could name those, just to solidify who they are, that would be.
We can, let's print it
Yeah,
out.
can we print?
Oh. Okay.
that's sufficient, we just email to Natalie.
Yeah, but I think tonight, I
Yeah,
think they usually say them tonight.
Loud,
And then we
publicly?
can, out loud, and who each member voted for, and then we can put it into the actual
Form.
Okay,
form, and then we'll send that out public as well.
all right. So then the order would be to approve this and then name our nominees.
Okay.
All right.
I move
So
to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Haddad, a second by trustee Pena. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And we will begin.
Okay, so I will nominate Lisa Vasquez Garza, and I'll retain one vacancy because I haven't been able to fill it yet.
I nominate Drew Lentz as a voting member and Natalia Vidal as a non-voting member.
I nominate Andy Munoz as a voting member, and I have a vacancy for non-voting, because I'm waiting to hear back.
I will nominate Renee Clark as a voting member, and we'll have an open nomination for to be named.
And I will nominate Cindy Tijerina as a voting member, and I also reserve a slot.
Yeah, I will nominate as a voting member Dr. Adrian Salinas, and as a non-voting member, Ms. Deborah Rubio.
And I will nominate Anastasia Rodriguez Perez as a voting member and Tracy Frey Maldonado as a non-voting member.
Well, you should register.
I just wanted to let you know that Cindy Tijerina, she is a parent, but she's also an employee, so she would be a non-voting
Okay, then.
member, so that you need to pick one person as a parent as a voting member.
Okay, I'll have one,
Voting member vacancy.
Okay.
Voting member vacancy.
a voting member vacancy, but I'll have one for you shortly. I just
Can
need
board members be? Just, I don't want it, but just curious.
You could do a lot of reading.
I nominate Robert.
And just for clarification, my nomination would be a voting member.
Thank you all.
So she's a non-voting member. Cindy
Okay.
Tijerina, non-voting member.
Because she's an employee.
Yeah.
Cool.
Then we will move on to item number 5, public hearing of the McAllen Independent School District declaring a public purpose for the expenditure of district funds for the December 2025 Employee Retention Incentive Pay. Dr. Gutierrez.
Texas Local Government Code 180.007 provides that a political subdivision may not pay an employee more than an amount owed under a contract with the employee unless the political subdivision holds at least one public hearing. The public notice of this hearing was posted on December 3rd, 2025 at the Administration Building. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will have more information on this item, and this is for information purposes only. And then we'll have an action item further down on the agenda.
Yes, right now, we will open up the public hearing by providing the rationale and reasons why the board is moving in this direction for the one-time retention incentive pay, because the board recognizes that recruitment and retention of highly qualified employees is essential to maintaining the district's excellence in education and ensuring success and well-being. The administration is recommending that this one-time retention incentive pay be of $750. The recommendation is also that it be for full-time employees to promote the workforce stability, minimize turnover, maintain program continuity, and improve employee-employer relations, and then ultimately advance the educational mission of the district. This will be for all employees that are employed as of today on a full-time basis, December 11th, 2025. Eligible full-time employees are considered anyone that is employed at least 27 and a half hours, because that would also include our bus drivers and our bus aides. This is a one-time retention incentive, which would be paid on December 25th. Actually, we have it programmed for the 17th of December. It is not TRS compensable. The board is granted authority under Education Code 45105C, where the board may expend district funds for the purpose that the board determines are necessary to conduct public schools. This one-time incentive pay is for a legitimate purpose, supporting the district's employees and thereby enhancing the quality of educational services provided to students, ensuring that the action does not constitute a gift of public funds, but rather a sound mission-related expenditure. The school district affirms that this is necessary and appropriate use of district funds under Texas Education Code 45.105C, serving a vital public purpose in promoting employee retention, ensuring instructional continuity, improving employee-employer relations, and improving the quality of educational services. And on this chart, we do have a breakdown by the type of employee. For example, professionals, the total estimated amount is $396,000. Paraprofessionals, $268,500. Auxiliary, as you can see, is listed there as well. Instructional aides and teachers is the largest group at $1.1 million. The biweekly bus drivers and aides is $61,500 for a total of $2.475 million. Now, after tax deductions of $178.88, employees would net approximately $574.12. And because we are paying it in a separate check, the deduction is the same across the board for everyone. This is a breakdown by fund number. The majority of the stipend, which is 1.5, is being paid by 199, a general fund. We do have some state and federal programs where it is allowable for those programs to pay for those incentives. We are charging them to those funds, but the majority is being paid out of local funds. And as I mentioned before, is approximately $2.5 million. And that concludes my presentation. At this time, would like to open it up for any public comments.
Okay. Being that it's open for public comments, if there's any members in the audience today who would like to come up and speak, feel free to do so. Hearing none.
Do you have a question? Sure. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. As I'm looking at the first table on, I believe it's slide 6, I see it's an estimate, which I imagine is a function of maybe daily fluctuation of the number of employees in the district. Is that why the number is so nice and round at 3,300?
We ran a report, and on the day that we ran the report, that was the number that we produced.
Okay.
As far as the number of employees employed. It could change because people get hired between that day that we worked on the report till now, or people might leave. So it may change, but that is the number that we had at the time of the report.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any further discussion? This is for information purposes only. We will come back to this item later on throughout this. Okay. Consent agenda items.
Mr. President, I move that we approve consent agenda items 6A through 6G.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Peña, second by trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And we move on to item number 7. 7A, instructional services. 7A1, discussion and possible action on MOU number 2026-181, American Institutes for Research in McAllen Independent School District. Dr. Gutierrez.
The memorandum of understanding is to outline a mutually agreed upon research project between the district and the American Institutes for Research with a primary goal to evaluate the effects of first grade peer assistance learning strategies in kindergarten classrooms to help teachers provide more ambitious reading instruction in an area of challenging standards. Ms. Jeanette Nino, our Associate Superintendent for Instructional Leadership, is available to answer any questions, and we are recommending action on this item.
Is there any discussion by the board? I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
All right.
I'll second.
All right. I have a motion by trustee Regalado, second by trustee Carrion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 7A2, discussion and possible action on request for qualifications number 2026-1018, legal services for special education, section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and dyslexia. Dr. Gutierrez.
Administration solicited qualifications for legal services for special education, including Section 504 and dyslexia. Ms. Elizondo, Maribel Elizondo, our Executive Director for Special Education, is available to answer any questions. We are recommending action on this item, and it's a three-part motion item.
I do have a question. I think it's to Mr. Ball. This request for qualifications, I mean, we already have O'Hanlon on retainer, is that correct?
Not necessarily retainer. We have him on an hourly, so as needed, if we refer something out to him, whether it's we need a legal opinion on something or he does some investigations for us, he meaning the firm, we do it on an hourly basis.
And
But
this
it's
is-
not a monthly retainer that we pay him.
And the RFQ here is just to give us additional options?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, specifically for
Special
special
education.
education.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. We have reviewed.
I'd like to move that the administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the ranking of request for qualifications number 2026-1018, legal services for special education, section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and dyslexia.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Carrion and a second by trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. President, I move to approve that administration begin contract negotiations with the highest-ranked legal firm. If the district is unable to negotiate a satisfactory contract with the selected firm, the district shall formally and in writing end negotiations with that firm and proceed to the next firm in the order of selection ranking until a contract is reached or all submittals are rejected.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And I will move to authorize the superintendent to execute the contract and related documents for a period of 1 year commencing on February 1st, 2026, with the option to renew for 3 additional one-year terms.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 7B1. Discussion and possible action on agreement number 2026-182, consulting agreement related to strategic planning services with Moat Casey. Dr. Gutierrez.
The board has asked to consider setting up a date for workshops or in special board meetings to review and discuss potential updates and modifications to the McAllen Independent School District Strategic Plan. Dr. Albert Canales, our Chief Human Resources Officer, is available to answer any questions. We are recommending action on this item for us to start the process of a strategic plan for the district.
Okay. Is there any discussion by the board on this item?
I do have a clarification question. Maybe it's for you, Dr. Canales. I didn't see anywhere in the proposal the name of the particular individual that would be working with us. Is there a defined individual, or would we have access to the variety of folks in the firm?
There's a couple right now. One of them is Dr. Vidauti, and the other one is Mr. I have it here. Is Buck Gilchrist, and then Greg Gibson.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With no further discussion, I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Kittleman and a second by trustee Pena. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Do we have to read the recommendation?
No.
No, no, just one.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right. 7B2, discussion and possible action on number 2026-184, Reach University Memorandum of Understanding, and 2026-183, K-12 Teacher Registered Apprenticeship Program for Employer Partners Memorandum of Understanding. That is a mouthful.
McAllen Independent School District is collaborating with Edwell Reach University and Region 1 Education Service Center to build a fully aligned registered teacher apprenticeship pathway. Dr. Canales, our Chief Human Resources Officer, also Ms. Laura Williams, Director for Purchasing Services, are available to answer any questions. We are recommending action on this item.
Discussion.
I move
Comments?
to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Regalado. Do I have
Second.
a second by trustee Kittleman? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, 7C. 7C1, report regarding pre-bond planning. Dr. Gutierrez.
Administration will provide an update on the district's pre-bond planning process. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will have more preliminary findings and next steps in the development of a comprehensive bond strategy. This item is for information purposes only. Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, good evening. We met with the Facilities Forecast Advisory Committee on December 2nd. We had a pretty large group. All of our principals were present there, as well as some of the committee members. We were given the opportunity to review the project list with the committee members. In addition, we provided priorities that the principals had given us, their top 3 projects. We also were able to look at the finance options that were presented by Estrada Hinojosa. We had a presentation from Pfluger Architects as well on the framework. And with us today is Dr. Robbie McGowan, and he will provide a result of a survey that was conducted, as well as give us some more information on the progress of the pre-bond planning.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Gutierrez. I want to say thank you again for having us here. It was good to see some of you who were able to be at the FFAC meeting last week. I also want to mention 2 other of our Pfluger Architects team is here with me tonight. We have Connie Rivera and Sean Connor, who are here with us as well. As Ms. Garcia mentioned, we had an opportunity to ask for some feedback from the committee, and the first was right after Estrada Hinojosa had presented the options related to potential tax impact or lack thereof, and how funds that could be generated with no impact to the tax rate. We simply asked kind of a thumbs up or thumbs down question with the committee, and that is, are you in agreement with the district approaching this potential bond program as one that would be a 0 tax increase? As you've heard from your financial advisor, and as you know, as trustees, the district has worked really hard over the years and has established very good standing with your debt service. And so you have the potential to be able to raise about $335 million without raising the taxes. And so the next slide will show you what the results of that were. You can see it's 3.8, which is very, very high to the end of strongly agree. So it sounds like the members of that committee, I know we have staff members and we also have some community members on that committee, are in agreement with that approach. And it is important. I think you already know this, and of course and we'll talk about the timeline in just a little bit again, but I just want to remind you that prior to the board taking any action for calling for a bond election, you obviously work with your legal counsel and your bond counsel on language for that, but just be reminded that the state does require ballot language that indicates that that a bond would be a tax increase, even if there is no increase to the tax rate. So, but anyway, back to this question, it does seem like there's a consensus that that is the approach to take. So what we then did is we wanted to discuss the potential projects in terms of a framework that helped kind of describe or attach to the why. Why are these projects important? And so we presented these, we call them categories or buckets sometimes that projects tend to fall into, modernization and alignment, district equity, learning beyond the classroom, wellness, safety, and security, and district-wide improvements, and describe the sample projects that would fall underneath each of those. And then the feedback we wanted from the committee was to help us give us their opinion as to how would you prioritize those buckets, not individual projects, but just how would you prioritize those buckets. It doesn't mean that we're not going to address every single one. In fact, this bond will include projects that address each one of those 5 areas. But we did ask them to say, okay, if you were prioritizing, where would you prioritize those? And so the next slide shows where those came out. Not surprisingly, we see this with districts across the state that we work with. You're going to see that wellness, safety, and security come up as a top priority, obviously. And then you can see there modernization and alignment, district-wide improvements, district equity, and then learning beyond the classroom. And so, again, what this does is I think it gives the district a tool to say, if you do get down to where you're having to prioritize some projects maybe over the other, or the scope of a project over the other, you at least have this data point from the committee that gives you some feedback to that as well. So I want to tell you kind of what's happening now. A lot happens, obviously, in between each time we get an opportunity to present to you. So just want to explain a little bit about what is going on. So we continue to work with your district leadership to ensure that we have the project programming understood as clearly as possible to make sure that, obviously, we're hearing from the district to ensure that programming, so when I think about programming, we're talking about as we think about how space is going to be designed, that it's aligned with your district needs, your priority, and your instructional mission. And so in doing that, that allows us to get a little bit more laser focused on cost estimation. You know, cost estimations can be done very generally sometimes. They could be done by, say, well, a certain dollar amount per square foot. But if you're not clear about the specific programming of that space, that can impact the cost estimate. And we want to make sure that you as a board have as a refined cost estimate as possible when it does come time for you to take action, to call for a bond. So we're doing that.
Excuse me,
now.
I have one question.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on, right in your presentation, you say verified by local contractors? Because I think one of the questions we may get in
Right.
terms of the bond
Right.
is where'd you get the cost estimate from? And that can, I guess, get contentious.
Right.
Want to make sure we're not using some national figure that's not applicable down here.
Exactly, and so that's what we're trying to do. We are working with, obviously there were some figures that were in the MGT report, the report you received from the firm that did your facility condition assessment. Those are some kind of general. So now what we're trying to do is drill down, Mr. Haddad, exactly what you're describing, to make sure that we're getting a more precise and localized look at that. So we have, we work as a firm with professional estimators. We have them working on it, but we're also working very closely with your staff and with local contractors to make sure we're getting a very localized picture of what those costs may be. Adding a fine arts addition to a high school actually may have some cost differentiation when I'm comparing McAllen area to, let's say, the Dallas area. And so we want to make sure that it is as refined as possible. So that's why we're working. We're actually working with 3 local contractors to do that.
And then when you do cost estimations, do you all include a contingency factor or some type of inflator? You know, our local contractor may say it's $1 a square foot.
Right.
Do you all say, well, we're going to estimate it at $1.10 a square foot to build in some cushion? Because, we may be estimating now, but we're not gonna build it for 2 years.
Exactly. Yes, sir, we do. In fact, and when we do that, it varies by project. Because let's use an example. Let's say we're going to do an addition. I'll just stick with the same example. Let's say we're going to do an addition to a high school that's a fine arts space at the high school. And then another project is replacing HVAC equipment at a campus. You need different contingency factors for those. You're not going to have as much of a contingency. The HVAC price is pretty well set. There's not design that's going to probably start pretty quickly. You don't have the inflation that factors in. You don't have the chance for this to, you want to build in some factor to continue to define the scope. And so we do that, but just know we don't have just a set percentage across the board. There's more of a percentage for like new or add-on construction than there is with a roof replacement or an HVAC replacement.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And so any other questions about this step, how we're doing cost estimations?
I do have one.
Yes.
Thank you. And it may be actually for a later phase, but
Okay.
your comment around trying to build in contingencies. What, if any, strategies have you seen school districts employ to try and reduce cost overages or change orders once in motion?
Right. The first thing that, and it's an important part of what we're doing with your staff right now is, even though you're never going to have the scope 100% defined before the bond is called, having a good idea of that. So let me, just so I'm not wearing you out with the same example, let me switch up my examples again. So let's say we're talking about a CTE addition. We are right now looking at your high school programs, master schedules, things like that. So we have an idea of more specifically what we're looking at for CTE facilities. That way, we have a little bit more defined scope up front. So that in and of itself will help.
Yeah, stage one, get as clear as possible.
But the other, and in working with Mr. Trevino and Ms. Garcia, and obviously under Dr. Gutierrez's leadership, there seems to be a good system in place where there's some set controls over that, so you don't get what you probably have heard the phrase scope creep. That can happen if any of you have ever. If you don't know what scope creep is, I encourage you to just turn on an episode on HGTV and you'll see when people start to, when I add on something to their house and all of a sudden it becomes twice as big as they originally planned. But having a system in place where those things have to go through a set of approvals before they can even be presented to the superintendent and the board is also, we've seen that in place here already.
Thank you.
So I think there are good controls in place. But getting as refined a cost as possible up front does help with that. From a timeline standpoint, just want you to know too that obviously the holiday break is coming up for school districts, but we continue. In fact, we have meetings with your staff next week, and we'll continue working on this, and we'll be working on it over the holidays, and in early January we'll have some prices for you. Just so you know our approach to this, so we're in defining that program, we're specifically focusing on making sure that we get a good grasp on the needs for that additional space at your 3 comprehensive high schools and the areas of fine arts and CTE. Obviously, campus additions and improvements related to capacity and equity. That, the front entrances at 5 of your campuses, classroom additions at Gonzales, Milam, and Morris, and then the elementary gyms or gym enclosures at Castaneda, Hendrick, Houston, Perez, and Sanchez. And then remaining would be all those other capital remodeling and capital improvements. And I just want to be clear here. It's not that blurb at the bottom is less important, but those items at the top need to be defined more clearly, right? I don't have to do much program definition on roofs and HVAC. Mr. Trevino and his team have done a great job of that already. It's really more these additional spaces that we're talking about. So moving forward, just as a reminder of the timeline, obviously we're here and wrapping up December. We'll have another FFAC meeting as we come back from the holidays on the 7th, where we can share with them some of the defined program and cost estimates that we have. We'll be presenting that to the board. You have a couple of opportunities then in January to be discussing this, because in February, and you have a regular meeting scheduled on February the 10th, which is just in time. February the 13th is the deadline to call for an election on May the 2nd. So your February the 10th board meeting is where you would do that. We will work with you. We'll work with both your, obviously you have legal counsel and bond counsel. They'll get involved because they have to assist us in the writing of the election order. And that would be action that you would take on February the 10th. Then, and I know it says the month of March, but it's really beginning at whenever we walk out of the room in your board meeting on February the 10th. Actually, it's already beginning, to be quite honest with you. We'll be assisting the district in community engagement and education. The district is allowed to educate the public. You can't electioneer, but you can educate the public. And we will be working alongside and assisting the district in that. We had a great meeting earlier this week with Dr. Gutierrez and some of his team members related to that. In April, April the 2nd is the last day to register to vote. Anyone who's not registered to vote, be sure you get that done by April the 2nd. And then April voting will be that, or the early voting will be April the 20th through the 28th. And then election day is Saturday, May the 2nd. All right, any questions I can answer that we haven't already addressed tonight?
So before we call for the bond, if we do that, we will know precisely the projects that we've prioritized and that will be acted on?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
the cost?
And the cost,
Okay.
yeah, the cost estimates,
Okay.
yeah, as closely as we can have them.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm. Yes, we're working on that. We have some of that information that's a little bit easier to calculate now, and then we'll have it, once we have it all together, we'll present it obviously to Dr. Gutierrez and his team, and then he'll share that with you, with the board. Other questions? All right. Well, I just want to say we'll be meeting with your staff again. We have some meetings with them next week as well, but I won't see the trustees before the end of the year. So I want to, again, thank you for your service and wish you happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and I just want to make a quick comment that our email inboxes are open and ready to receive messages from the community, as we have been, and that counts throughout the holiday break. I know my email is going to be on, and so please feel free to share your thoughts, comments in our inboxes. Thank you, guys. Moving on, 7C2, discussion and possible action of board resolution of the McAllen Independent School District authorizing a one-time employee retention incentive pay. Dr. Gutierrez.
Administration is recommending the approval of a $750 retention stipend to be paid to all full-time employees on December 19, 2025. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, has more information, which we already did earlier. We are recommending action on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Regalado, a second by Trustee Pena. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And discussion and possible action of 2025 McAllen ISD tax rule. Dr. Gutierrez.
The property tax code requires a tax assessor to enter the amount of tax determined per section 26.09E in the appraisal roll and submit it to the governing body of the district for approval. The appraisal roll with amounts of tax entered as approved by the governing body constitutes the district's tax roll. Administration is recommending action on this item.
Okay, discussion by the board.
Move to approve.
A motion by Trustee Pena. Second by Trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 7C4, discussion and possible action on the McAllen Independent School District November budget amendment for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Dr. Gutierrez.
Administration is recommending the approval of the November 2025 budget amendment for the 25-26 fiscal year. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will present more details. We are recommending action on this item.
This is a small budget amendment. It's merely to transfer some money from Safe and Secure for Sanchez Elementary, $2,552, into their general fund so that they can use that for some chess lessons. And that's all.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Haddad and a second by trustee De La Garza Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay. 7C5, discussion and possible action of the McAllen Independent School District December 1st, 2025 budget amendment for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026.
Administration is recommending the approval of the December 1st, 2025 budget amendment for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Ms. Lorena Garcia, Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will present more details. We are recommending action on this item.
This budget amendment is necessary to move $2 million from the different funds allocated by function for the retention stipend, and the reason it's $2 million and not 2.5 because the other $500,000 is coming from federal funds, and those the board does not act on as far as budget amendments.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And 7C6, discussion and possible action on letter of authorized signatory of the Board of Trustees of the McAllen Independent School District designating the superintendent authority as authorized signer on behalf of McAllen Independent School District. Dr. Gutierrez.
The City of McAllen's Grant Administration and Community Development Department has provided a grant opportunity to McAllen ISD, and a letter of authorized signatory must be put in place and provided to the city, granting the superintendent authority to be an authorized signer. So the administration is recommending action on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Regalado and a second by trustee De La Garza Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 7D, Board of Trustee items. 71, approval of Board of Education meeting minutes for the regular board meeting on November 11th and the board workshop on November 12th.
We're recommending action on this item.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by trustee De La Garza Lopez, second by trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 7D2, discussion and possible action regarding the resolution of the Board of Trustees for McAllen Independent School District expressing its votes for appraisal district directors for 2026 through 2029 Hidalgo County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
The board may cast its votes for one candidate or distribute the vote among any number of candidates for two expiring positions. I believe that each one of you has a ballot and the votes that each member can cast. So, Mr. President, is
So everybody, you have a slip there. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and write it down,
Open it.
All right.
I can just
Yeah.
not let them put it together.
You got it.
and then we'll pass them to Dr. Trustee Kittleman.
Count them.
Secretary.
You get to do the math.
Not mental math, right?
No, just use a
Use a
calculator and
spreadsheet.
tally them up. Yeah,
Your name's
spreadsheet
on the
would have been
thing,
handy,
so-
right?
Actually, I'm gonna just use this.
Math wasn't my strong
Let's
suit.
ask them to send us a little spreadsheet the next time so we can quickly tally them.
Here, help me, wait, I'm gonna tell you the numbers again.
What am I going to do?
22.
Need the Jeopardy music.
Yeah, we need Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
You got a doctor and a lawyer doing that.
Plus 12. Plus 11. Okay, what's the total?
Need some Christmas music.
And then, okay, 20, okay.
There you go.
Okay, I have the.
Okay.
Do I keep it to myself?
I have to write it
Never
down here.
disclose it.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
2 lawyers and a doctor.
Okay, 134 votes for Richard A. Garza. Do I go through each name?
If they have votes, yeah.
And 22 votes for David Moreno.
Okay. Then that is what we have.
Those are the only votes?
That's 156 total.
24, 60, 100, yep.
Sorry. I
Oh.
did it
Okay.
wrong. Let me retract that. 11 votes for David Moreno and 11 votes for Joe Olivares.
Okay, after a recount, we have our new totals.
Got 'em?
Yeah, I got them.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you all.
It's hanging chads.
All right. There's no action there, so. 7D3, discussion and possible action regarding.
Mr. President?
Yes,
I
sir.
think we might need a motion to approve the final tally.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the final tally. Was that a motion?
I will make a motion.
I have
there we go.
a
Second.
motion by
A second.
I'll second.
trustee Carrion and a second by trustee De La Garza Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes
for catching
7-0. Thank you, trustee Carrion, for
Oh,
keeping me
Yeah.
solid. Okay, 7D3, discussion and possible action regarding initiating and scheduling the Lone Star Governance 2-day workshop for the Board of Trustees and Superintendent, Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, we're recommending action on this item, and I've had Dr. Canales look into this and we've talked to TA. We spoke to our Deputy Commissioner, Steve Lachelo, and he gave us a recommendation of to contact Glenn? Nathan Glenn. And so we've been in contact with Nathan Glenn, but I'd like for Dr. Canales to just give us an overview of what the Lone Star Governance is about and the 2-day training that we could have as a board and superintendent to be kind of like a model board to get this kind of a training from TEA. Go ahead, Dr. Canales.
Okay, so we do have the PowerPoint that was sent by Mr. Nathan Glenn, so it's on the Lone Star Governance. The next slide kind of goes over and outlines what Lone Star Governance is. So it talks about how Lone Star Governance supports adult behavior to change to improve student outcomes, to include the board members, community, superintendent, and leadership teams. It also is a continuous improvement framework for school governance and access to systems that align state and local initiatives, right, by doing HB3, communication, and then TA initiatives as well. The next part just talks about our systems and processes that'll take place. So it's about building a synergistic relationship between the board and superintendent to collaborate, and also for the outcome of improving student outcomes. And then the Lone Star Governance mindset, of course, is I am the genesis of transformation, and integrity is my access to goals. So it's about creating that mindset. What does the Lone Star Governance Board coach provide? They provide monthly support tailored for the board, board chair, superintendent, and staff, statutory required board member trainings, collaboration with and learning from other high-performing governing teams, and an active promotion of advocacy for the LSG initiative, including presenting about the Lone Star Governance philosophy and practice at meetings and conferences. And this is a one-year commitment of support to complete the Lone Star Governance milestones and associated activities. And that's kind of what the workshops will look like, right? So it's a 2-day workshop. That's at your convenience, so you can do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. They can even say, they said they can even come in Saturday, Sunday to take care of that.
Obviously, it would have to be one day after the next, right?
One day after the next, correct. So whatever day is most convenient, I can work with Ms. Cosa on that with the board to see what days are convenient for the board. But it is to approve, student outcome goals, progress measures, superintendent and board quadrails, and then to continue just monitoring for success of our district.
Dr. Canales, and I don't want to put any of us on the spot, but all of us are in compliance with our education, our continuing education that we have to do. Just a couple of weeks ago, I think three of us at least went to the regional seminar at the island, and they cover most of these topics. And I think over the course of the continuing ed that I've done over the last 2 years, all of these things are covered. This Lone Star governance comes at a cost, of course, but even more important than that, I think a lot of this is redundant to what we've already done. But is there anything that, I mean, am I missing something? Because I don't see anything here that we haven't already completed through other avenues.
No, I think it's just a recommendation that came forward from a trustee, just to see about the Lone Star governance. I know we'll get a little bit more training as far as it goes also with Mo Casey. Part of their plan, strategic plan, is to give credited hours. So you'll get some more credit hours through them. This is just brought up as a recommendation for your approval.
Yeah, Mr. President, happy to share a little bit more to those who may be wondering. So, we're engaging now in a process of strategic planning. We are in motion to ask the community for a vote of confidence through potentially putting a bond on the ballot. It is true that we are all in compliance with the statutorily required trainings as defined by the Texas Education Agency. But we have done those individually and at different times. And we are not in conversation with each other regularly, in my opinion, as a group with the superintendent present about how we drive improvements for the betterment of our school and our school districts. And the corollary that I would make is that an NFL team has their own individual practices, and so they sort of do what they need to do in their individual roles, but they also come together for team practices. And I view this as a training for us as a unit, where we are all together in the room with a coach for an extended period of time, where we can further clarify how we work best together in service of our students and our community. And there really is very few other opportunities whereby a board as a whole can come together and do this type of work in partnership with the superintendent. So as I'm thinking about, again, a strategic planning process, the potential to ask for a vote of confidence from our community, I think it is a logical next step for us to come together as a team and learn how to work better together.
So to that point, I know that we do have the requirement that we need to do team building, and I think that's what I'm kind of hearing you, because I agree that we do need to be in the same room and work together more often. My concern with this specific program is the redundancy of options. Like, I do agree we need to do the team building and share with each other how we approach things and what our thought processes are and our priorities for the district and how we go about that. But I don't know that this specific program meets that we can't do otherwise.
Can you say more about that?
Sure, like we have to do team building every year. We haven't done it this year yet. So I think there's an opportunity for us to do team building, which is, I think, kind of the core, or part of the core of what I'm hearing from you about the concern of wanting to work together and have those opportunities. But I don't know that Lone Star governance is the right way to go about it, given that we do a lot of these subject matters and we already have done them independently.
Yeah, thank you for the additional clarification. I have a follow-up, which is I've never done team building as a board. So what are the topics of that team building and who facilitates that process?
So really it's the president gets to choose, and so really it's up to the president. Sometimes we've done, well, we've only really done it once in my experience so far. But
And you've been on the board for how long?
2 years.
Okay.
So this would be the second time we need to do it.
Yeah.
But I think we can address some of those same interests and motives
What's the cost of this?
without,
I was going to ask that. What is the cost of this?
Approximately about between $4,000 to $5,000, what they told us,
Total?
total cost. With
I have
travel
also
and-
looked into it, and there are other, there's people out there that the cost varies. So there's other programs that are very similar to the Lone Star governance that are similar to, but I just want to put this out there. I have been wanting to do something like this since I joined the board. I think that it's productive. I've heard comments from former board members that have said, oh, well, it's 2 days and this and that, back and forth. Well, it's an experience that I would like to go through. I think it's a positive experience that would be worth it. So thank you for putting it on the agenda. And I think at this point, there's no further discussion. Then we can take it up for a vote, but I do want to invite my fellow board members to speak.
I am for more, I guess, workshop style towards some of these topics too. I think that's very important, especially as we go into the bond. Initially, I was thinking, oh, let's do this after the bond because we're going to be really busy starting in January all the way up until, the end of the school year. So I was thinking the summer. But to your point, I think it is important that we understand kind of how to work together and common goals, and especially as we write our strategic plan and our goals. I will say that some past trainings I've been to have been very redundant, just put on by, I love Region 1, so I'm not giving, any shade to anyone there, but I'm just saying for all the required trainings that we need to do, I just wonder the return on investment for this specific, and I'm wondering if
Can we seek other options?
can we just, or can the board see a few options and then we all have some buy-in more towards, I mean, I haven't even heard feedback about people do you know people who've gone through this training? Like, do we have any stories from, I guess stuff like that. I guess I'm saying I would like some more time personally, but I am very much excited about this idea.
I love the idea too of working together and learning to work together. And you're right, we don't ever really communicate much outside of here.
We're not allowed to.
We're not allowed to.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think the redundancy bothers me as well. I would like other topics if maybe, Lone Star governance is exactly that. Maybe there is a different model that's a workshop style where we can still gather and do, I'm being redundant now. Like we're
Right.
talking about redundancy, but I'd like to see some other options of a training that we could do together.
Or even the teamwork thing is important. We need to plan that as well. I don't know.
Maybe there's also something in, the cost, different cost range, or just some other options. I'm not opposed to absolutely the team building and doing all of that work together. I'd just like to see more options.
Trustee Delgado.
I very much am excited for this. I think my opinion, and I'm sure the majority of the board shares this, is that we are blessed as a board. We are professional inside the boardroom and outside. We act accordingly in our meetings versus, what we see on the news. And so I am always humbled and honored to serve on this board for our district. We are going into a huge spring semester. We know how to work together, and we've done that. And I think the work that we have done for the last 2 years to get us where we are now, along with our superintendent, shows that we are a very capable board. And I love that we all bring our different strengths to the table. And for something like this, for Trustee Carrion to bring it to us, I value his opinion when it comes to anything having to do with education, both state and at the state and national level. So I am grateful that he brought this to us. He knows that we are a very capable board, and we work. This isn't about working together because we do that. Do I enjoy all of the education that we sometimes have to do in summers or online? Yes, it is redundant, but at the same point that Trustee Carrion brought, we don't ever do that as a group. And so for us to be able to reflect on some of the education and the learnings, it's different when you're sitting in a conference room of 1,000 people versus us here in the workshop. And how does this relate to us? And how do you feel about it? And how can we relate this to the strategy that we want to implement or change? So I think it's worth a shot to take a look at it. If the trustees aren't ready to vote on it tonight and they want more information, I completely understand that, because that's one thing about us, is that we like information, sometimes to our own detriment. But we like to ask questions, we like to know options, and I think it's fair. But I am absolutely in favor of doing something like this, especially coming at a time where we are definitely in need of a revamp of our strategy. and continue to present ourselves to our community as the leaders in the region for what we do at McAllen ISD. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Delgado. I think you said it very well. And Trustee Carrion, I think you present such an eloquent case for Lone Star governance. Being new to the board, I think it's something valuable to get us all in the room, whether it's Lone Star governance, if we don't want to move on that today, or something else. But I do think it's going to be extremely valuable for all of us, especially when you look at student outcome goals, student outcome goal progress measures, because it is very difficult with all the data that gets thrown at us every day to think about it strategically. And getting us all in a room, I think would be extremely valuable. I think Lone Star governance is worth trying out. I'm also open to looking at other options. Yeah.
If I may, I sort of live by a mantra of the raft is not the shore, right? So the shore, the destination for us is working best together as a team and improving. How we get there, there's lots of different ways to build a raft. So given the tenor of the group and the request for more information, I'm willing to move to table this item for a later date, potentially early January, to give the other trustees who want to find more information a chance to go online. Lone Star governance is fairly well documented. All you have to do is type it into your search bar and you find it. And would also invite other proposals for team building for the administration to bring forward, or for President Rivera to bring forward for consideration, and would just ask that we, maybe not on the 13th, but by the 27th of January, that we bring this back to the conversation.
It's fair.
I think that's good.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
If I can say just one great thing, just to put a little bit at ease there. So you do have with Mo Casey, part of the training we will have together is, one, you'll have a team of 8. So you'll get 3 hours of team building there.
I was going to say, do we get credit for that?
And you get credit for that. So you're
It's
gonna
a
get
double
credit for that. And then you'll also receive 3 hours of evaluating and improving student outcomes training. So that'll also get 3 hours of credit as well.
Perfect.
That's great.
Well, I want to make one distinction there, because can you read what you said about student evaluation goals? Is that?
ISO.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
ISO.
I want to make a distinction between student outcome goals and measuring progress measures versus just learning how the state measures, right?
That's right.
Like,
Because that's the content of the ISO training, which we've all done.
Right.
I don't know that we need those 3 hours right now for any of our current board
so if
members,
Mo
but-
Casey can integrate some of these things, I think, since we're
Possibly
already
so.
moving that direction.
Yeah, it won't be the actual LSG training, right, for that credit, but they could do some of that other work as well, possibly. We can ask.
I second the motion to table.
One question. Is it a team of 8 or is it just the trustee?
Team of 8.
Team of 8.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
This would be team of 8 as well.
Yes. Okay, well,
We need him for the strategy.
Right, that's what I was thinking, okay.
yeah. There's a motion to table by Trustee Carrion, correct? Second by Trustee Regalado. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion to table passes 7-0. All right. Item number 8, recess to closed session. The Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to Section 551071, 551072, 551074, 551076, and 551089 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following: Human Resources recommendations for school year 2025-26, discussion of human resources employee resignations and retirees for school year 2025-26, discussion of the superintendent's evaluation and contract, discussion regarding school safety and security, pending and/or potential litigation, and possible real estate acquisition. At 6:34, we are entering into closed session. Thank you.
Mr. President, one item of personal privilege. As we're transitioning, I'd like to welcome members of the class of 45 Leadership McAllen, and for any members of the Board of Trustees that would like to take a photo with members of the class, can we gather up front to do so?
Welcome.
Class 31 right here.
Class 29, baby.
37.
I never did that.
We're accepting applications in January.
There you go.
Let's do it together.
It's 10:36, and we are back from executive session. I will take up the next item on the agenda, which is
10A.
action items in closed session. We have 10A, discussion and possible action of human resources recommendations for school year 2025-26.
Move to approve.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And then we have, I left it inside, that's. Discussion of human resources, employee resignations, and retirees. Dr. Gutierrez.
Human Resources submitted a list of resignations and retirees for the 25-26 school year under separate cover for discussion during closed session. Did we have any to approve? On this one, on the retires and resignations? We did,
Yeah,
right?
we did. Move
So
to-
we're recommending action on
Move
this.
to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Pena,
Second.
a second by trustee Haddad. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, now we have 10C, discussion and possible action of the superintendent's evaluation and contract. Dr. Gutierrez.
The administration is recommending action on this item.
All right. I move to approve the superintendent's evaluation, and I further move to extend the superintendent's contract by 1 year. Included in that would be a 2.5% to his base pay salary, which comes out to $7,750.
I think that might need to be two.
Yeah, I think we need
Motions.
to make two different
separate
motions on that.
One to accept the evaluation.
Sure.
Okay.
Probably just safer, just.
I will separate it. I move to approve the superintendent's evaluation.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Rivera and a second by trustee Carrion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I move to extend the superintendent's contract by 1 year and to include an increase to his base pay of 2.5%, which is equivalent to $7,750 for his achievements that he has achieved in the previous years.
I'll second.
I have a motion by trustee Rivera and a second by trustee Haddad. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2. All right. And we are on item 10D. Discussion regarding school safety and security. All right, nothing there. 10E, pending and potential litigation. Mr. Ball.
Nothing to report.
10F, possible real estate acquisition.
Same announcement.
Okay, we have scheduled meetings coming up. On December 16th, we have board workshop student recognitions at McAllen at 5:30. And then we have board workshops, facility forecast advisory committee. I invite everybody that's still listening online to make it out. And regular board meeting, we will be here January 13th at 5:30, January 27th at 5:30, and February 10th after the Super Bowl at 5:30. So with that,
I
I
move to adjourn.
have a motion
And happy holidays.
Second.
and a second, and happy holidays from Dr. Trustee Kittleman. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Good night, everybody. Happy holidays. We will see you when we get back, if we don't see you before.
Tuesday.